I let the music play out that time. Perfect timing again. These songs are just the perfect length, aren't they? Anyway, hello, and welcome to another One Lion Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing and wonderful people. Thank you so much for being here. Today we're going to be doing some more software development. Yay! Hello, Emporium Guy. We'll do a good shout out for you soon. Well, actually, we can do it now, and then hopefully we'll remember in a little bit when there are more people hanging about, because usually in the first few minutes there aren't very many people. But just in case there are quite a few people watching, it's not very chatty, so I'm assuming there aren't very many people at the beginning of the stream. Anyway, if there are quite a few people, then please feel free to check out Emporium Guy. If you're not already following, he is lurking. You just hit the heart up there, and you can be notified if he ever goes live again. It's been a while since I've seen you stream, but I'm sure you are either busy, having too much fun doing other things, or just don't feel like streaming. Oh, PC problems. Not even any of the things that I guessed, but that's fine. I still hope you're doing well, Emporium Guy. Enjoy your lurk. There's absolutely no obligations to not lurk. I'm just making a few. Oh, you can't even see the screen yet. I'll bring the screen up here in a second. I need to clean out my nose real quick because I just sneezed like 80 times just before the stream started. So yeah, give me about, I don't know, 20 seconds or so to make my nose cleaner. Much better, much better. All right, let's head on over to the desktop. So today we will be working on RTRAC. I won't spend the entire stream continuing to work on the data import utility. We went through it on Monday, and I did a whole bunch of stuff that got both of the libraries, the open source version and the private version, synchronized. The thing that's remaining for me to do is to copy over my current open branches. One is for completing the conditional value transformation, which it's been ongoing. If you've been here, you know how long we've been working on that. And the other one is the UI for the combined fields transformation. No, why didn't it work? Oh, you know what? I don't think even my bot is up and running yet. Thank you for the reminder, Dickosoff, but 8bits, hi. I will read your message about not being able to stick around, but I'll greet you here shortly. Once I get this thing up and running. While I'm waiting for that, I'm gonna fill in some more s'mores. Funny test. I mean, it's worth trying, you know. It's kind of weird that it's ignoring Restream bot's commands. I would have assumed that regardless of which user it's coming in from, it would have executed the command. I guess I'll check my UI to see if it even shows up as a message when you when Restream relays your chat. Okay. But 8bits was here. 8bits says, unfortunately can't stay, but saw you were live and wanted to drop by and say, have a great day. Well, same to you. I hope you have a fantastic day. I appreciate you stopping by and giving the good wishes. Very, very thoughtful. And a shout out to 8bits per play. So 8bits is a Unity developer, working on his own game, working on assets, working on latest and greatest Unity technology stuff. He was in Unity 6 before it was even announced that there was going to be a Unity 6. He talks directly with Unity developers and teams and is able to give direct feedback to them. So if you ever have any questions or things you want to discuss about the ins and outs of Unity, then feel free to hang out on 8bits' stream. Wealth of knowledge over there. Okay, my bot is up and running, so let's send a message from the YouTubes. 8 bits per play. This should at least give a message saying you don't have permission to, but it didn't. What's another one that I use? Coin flip? Yeah, it's weird because my... Oh, okay. Okay, so I think I see what's happening. Since Restream bots... Yeah, never mind. You got it. Dukasoft knows. I wonder if I can do something in my bot to allow it, because I do also want to allow people that are watching on YouTube to be able to use stream commands. That would be cool. Not that there are very many people on YouTube either, but sometimes there are. And if there ever are more, then I'd like them to be able to use commands. All right. Okay, so right now, what I'm doing real quick, as my last thing that I'm doing this morning in the data import utility, is I'm adding this filter for unimplemented items, so that in both the open source and the work product version of this, I can be working on like additional transformations, for example, or additional mapping rules without needing to worry about overlap. And yeah, I don't know. I have a reason for it, and it's just hard for me to explain it. One day I'll be able to articulate that better, but today is not that day. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to find everywhere where I am using enum.getValues. Like here, for example. Oh, right, and I was supposed to read off the jokes. So, hi Dukasoft, I didn't actually greet you, but hello, I hope you're having a fantastic day. And the two dad jokes that we got are, where does Napoleon keep his armies? In his sleeves. I don't know why it had to be Napoleon in specific. It's kind of odd that they just picked a random... Anyway, moving on. Dukasoft bot says, I was in an 80s band, awesome, called The Prevention. We were better than The Cure. I don't know, it's kind of hard to be better than The Cure, isn't it? Oh, just leave it, let it be a joke. Let it be a joke online. Dukasoft says, I used half a day to make my client's new website mobile friendly. Only half a day? I am very impressed, and I'm serious about that. Yeah, that would have taken me much longer. If you're comfortable saying so, did you happen to use any AI tools to help you with redesigning, choosing what breakpoints, doing the CSS stuff? And if you're not comfortable responding to that, you definitely don't have to say anything at all. I did not. Even more impressive. Holy crap. I have been using Claude to try to redesign the financial management app's UI, and it's been a lot of fun. It's giving me designs and stuff, and I'm trying to recreate them in CSS because, as I've mentioned before, I can take any design that I'm shown and be able to essentially reproduce it in CSS, as long as I have all of the information about it, including the responsive styling as well, or you know, the images for what the responsive modes should look like, where things should go. Needing to make those decisions is still really hard for me. It's nothing too fancy though, but it works and is readable. Awesome. That's cool. Well, I am glad to hear that you're able to do that in only half a day. It's very, very cool. Since it's early enough in the stream and we'll be able to do this later again, a quick shout out to Dukasoft, who sometimes streams whenever he can, of course. Sometimes streams drone footage where he takes his drone out and takes footage of his area, which is beautiful countryside. Even closer to the city, it's beautiful. It just looks so nice. And yeah, it's just awesome stuff. It's very, very cool. Very chill times, very good conversation, great music that he selects for the drone footage. And yeah, just hang out over there whenever you get the chance, whenever you see him go live. And you'll see him go live if you follow. He's also the best non-bot bot ever. He mods for so many people's channels. He bots for so many people's channels. Okay, there's got to be a better way to do this. You know what? Since I'm using application constants anyway, what I'm gonna do is public static mapping rule type array mapping rule types. Get unimplemented mapping rules sorry, enum.get values mapping rule type where not unimplemented mapping rules contains to array. Yeah, okay, so one of the things that I've run into now that I've made the entire library.NET standard friendly is there are some methods and functions that are not available in .NET Standard 2.0. So for example, get values as a generic doesn't exist. And so instead we can use the get values type of mapping rule type of type so that we can cast it, or not really cast it. We extract only those that are of type mapping rule type. And then that gives us what we're looking for. It's kind of the same as enum.get values with of t. Two? Oh. Is usable a word? Does anyone know if usable is a word? Usable. Yes, usable. I'm not even going to use the word usable. And let's do the same thing for these. Hello, Scott. Oh man, so Scott, you're going to be so sad about this. I had some compatibility since I brought this library to .NET Standard 2.0. I mean, you're going to be how you are. I'm not telling you how you're going to be. My bad. I think that you might be unhappy with this decision. You could be completely okay with it for all I know. Since I made this entire library.NET standard, I'll be whatever you want me to. Since I made this library.NET standard 2.0, I couldn't use things, and we've seen it before, I couldn't use things like the not null when, member not null when, member not null, returns not null, blah 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 blah. All of these things that will help with the nullability, but a lot of those nullable attributes didn't exist or don't exist in .NET Standard 2.0. So what I tried doing with the help of Claude was creating some nullable attribute stubs. I think there's a library for it. You could be right. I'm trying not to rely on very many third-party libraries, but since in this case I could just do the extra null checks, and the syntax that does exist for nullable is the default with null forgiveness operator, I opted to just use equals default bang and then do the null checks where I needed to. So I am just for this library going back to using equals default bang. I really prefer the allow null. I thought that the nullability attribute allow null polyfill is what I'm trying to get to was working, but when I did the test, when I did the builds, it was still giving me null reference, possible null issues. I don't know what kind of issues come up if I add that other library to this and I try to use this library in another target framework. But I did do some stuff for the collections, like there is no try add for dictionary, there is no math.min and math.max, which is really weird because that, oh no, I'm sorry, it was math.clamp. That's what it was. There is no math.clamp, which was another one that I was like, what? Really? So what I ended up doing in most of the cases was going to the .NET CLI, not .NET CLI, .NET GitHub repository, finding some version where this did exist, and copying and pasting the code. Oh, the required keyword was another one, init. So yeah, I added all of those compatibilities. I will be taking the calculator out and abstracting it so that you can provide your own calculator implementation. Same thing with the Excel data reader. And that way the only libraries that this will depend on are Microsoft framework libraries. The other thing that I did over the past couple of days was I addressed all of the nullability warnings, and I just did a whole bunch of cleanup. All right, now that I've gone way beyond where I was trying to go, enum.getVal. Right, we were in the, goodness, what did I do with it? I closed it. Application constants, and this should probably be a feature flag. It's just I don't know a good way to do the source generator in a conditional way so that it does hash if debug then. But I was just thinking that I could do some kind of not implemented attribute. Scott is saying, I'm not sure what the problem is with nullability when using net standard 2.0. You mentioned not null stuff and more. If you have time, give me a second to get through all of these. Hello, tricky lady. Give me a second to read your message. Okay. Tricky lady's here. Tricky lady says, hey, bae, how are you? And what color are your socks today? I'm wearing booties. I'm wearing booty socks. Thick socks. My collection of 1,000 socks are gray and black. They're all gray and black. What color are your socks today? And what is the length of them? That's socks. Means that I don't need this anymore. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Oh, that's what happened. I got the rock. Rock and Morty. I like Rock and Morty. Pickle Rick ankle socks. Is it actually called Rock and Morty? That would have been awesome. There should be some kind of chain merchandising for them called Rock and Morty. Love that. What's your ethnicity? So that depends on who you ask. I'm American. I've lived in America on American soil for the majority of my life, but both of my parents are Puerto Rican. I was born in Germany. So I'm kind of a mutt. I mean, it's like I am, well, my dad's side has a lot of other blood in there. It's not just Puerto Rican, but my mom is from the Aboriginal tribes of Puerto Rico. I don't know if they're Aboriginal. Anyway, they are the native islanders that used to live on the island, and who knows where they came from before then. Yeah. But my dad's side came from Spaniards, Africans, and probably a little bit further inland, somewhere in the east. Born in Germany, would have never guessed. Yeah, my dad was in the army. These things happen. People get born in weird places. I'm kidding. All right, Scott, keep me honest on what it was that I was going to respond to you about. So I'm going to forget. Something to do with responding to the nullability, why it's not working, what parts of it aren't working. You must have some awesome genes. I don't know. So Islander genes are not great as far as blood pressure, mostly because of needing higher blood pressure for for intense sun and stuff, and I used to get really, really bad migraines, especially in the light, in bright light. I don't get why it was a problem or why I would hate it. Oh, you didn't get why it was a problem. So you originally showed me the allow null attribute, and that looks so much cleaner and it looks so much better. And then all of the places that I was, like my try get, yeah, we may as well look at it now. It's called try get field descriptors. This used to have a maybe null when, and then a not null when true, except that the member, or is it member not null when? Anyway, whatever it was, it doesn't exist in .NET Standard 2. So when I moved from this being a .NET 8 library to .NET Standard, I didn't have access to that. So then I made a polyfill that seemed to be working, that would do all of the null checks. There were some that had the returns attribute not null if. Oh, it's not null if. Not null if. Yeah. So I used a lot of those. And hello, Alan. Hola, bebé. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy cansado, pero I totally forgot how to phrase that. But I'm having fun. I'm having a lot of fun. Did I ever ask you for some recipe ideas? I don't know what to have for dinner again. Well, it all depends on what you have around, but one of the easiest things that I've been making lately is I bought this, oh, I'm so addicted to this sauce. It's a sweet and spicy sauce. It's actually from Panda Express, and you can buy it in the store now. So it's a sweet and spicy, I think it's called sweet and spicy sauce from Panda Express, and sweet chili sauce. That's what it's called. Sweet chili sauce, a black bean sauce, and a Sichuan sauce. Mix those three together, maybe a couple drops of Worcestershire sauce, and salt, pepper, a little bit of water. Well, it doesn't matter. Any kind of sweet chili sauce that you might like. Mix all those together. Put like a tablespoon or two of warm water. Mix that. Boil some noodles, and noodles of your choice. I either use ramen noodles, like the crispy kind, or lo mein. Sometimes I'll get udon noodles. Boil those for however long to your taste. Rinse them under warm water. If you have mushrooms and stuff, if you like mushrooms and stuff, cut up some mushrooms, negi, which is green onion or scallions, and fry those until they're mostly cooked. Add the noodles, add the sauce, mix it all together. And it's so good. So that's my recommendation for today, specifically. Ask me another day and I might give a different recipe, but that's what I've been making on the days that I don't cook Blue Apron. And need some protein. Your protein could be the mushrooms, but if you do want, or tofu, you could add black beans if you aren't already using the black bean sauce. But yeah, in a wok, absolutely. But it's been like, just because of Blue Apron, and they've been giving us some, like, the only sauce that I am not good at remaking is their soy glaze, which is like soy sauce with a couple other things to make it thicker. I always put too much meat in when I try to make that kind of sauce, and I'm not a big fan of mirin, but you kind of need it in order to thicken it up a little and get that sweet flavor. So yeah. So anyway, they've been giving us some sauces that have some things in it that I don't like tahini. That goes in a lot of Thai foods. At least it seems like it goes in a lot of Thai noodles. And I really don't like tahini. Only Shoshone sauce. I don't know what that is. Did I say Shoshone? Soy glaze. I don't remember saying anything like Shoshone. President Not Sure is here. A bit of news that probably affects no one here except me. What is it? What is it? We would like to know. I use those attributes a lot though, Scott. I just like not having to do null checks. Like right now, my uses of this try get field mappings, for example, I have to do try get field mappings where if this is true, then I should be guaranteed that the field mappings we get back are not null. But instead I have to do another null check after. Otherwise, this complains because this is not nullable. This expects a non-nullable list of field mappings. And then other places that I use it like that. Microsoft has extended the error reporting aspect of App Sender to 30 June 2026. They were going to shut the whole thing off on March 31st this year. Dang. And TBD Gamer, thank you so much for the resub. Awesome times. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're recovering well. How are things going? If you feel like typing it, you don't have to, of course. You know me. Okay. Yeah, this. I want to make sure this is still in my clipboard. Yay! And a shout out to TBD Gamer. TBD Gamer usually streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is currently UTC minus 4, UTC minus 4. And he's been working on a productivity project management and planning application. Yeah, gosh, words. Yeah, exactly. So Tricky Lady knows what tahini is, but I thought you said Shoshone. I don't know what that is, unless you're describing that in here. But TBD is saying, I'm doing okay. First day managing to sit at a desk, although I'm contorted into some strange position. Understandable. Understandable. Ugh. Well, I do hope. Oh, Saskatchewan, which is, or sorry, Sichuan, not Saskatchewan, Sichuan, which is S-I-C-C-H-U-A-N? No, S-I-C-H-U-A-N sauce. Nope, S-Z-E-C-H-U-A-N. This sauce is super duper tasty. It's got this really nice dark flavor to kind of offset the bright sweet flavor of sweet chili sauce. And if you couldn't tell, I really just love chili sauce in general. What was that? That was a weird transition there, website. But this is an amazing sauce by itself. So mix Szechuan sauce with sweet chili, with, if you want, black bean. If you like it more dark, then black bean sauce, and Worcestershire. Mix those together. Tablespoon or 2 of water, salt, pepper. Stir fry your stuff. Oh yeah, and if you do eggs, I don't usually do eggs myself. Stop, says Dugasov. Stop. Okay, so Tricky Lady was saying tahini is just sesame paste, like pinda butter. I've never had pinda butter, but made with sesame seeds. Oh, peanut butter, probably. It gets more bitter depending on which sesame seeds they used and if they were roasted or not to make a sauce. And it's roasted sesame seeds that they use for the sauce that they give us with the Blue Apron meals. To make a sauce with it, you add oil and water, salt and lemon juice, but it's more of a salad dressing than a warm sauce. Yeah. And they do have us try to use it for cold noodles usually. You just wanted to hear me say pinda butter. Shout out to Clay, who's currently streaming, working on Epic Hero Game, doing some more improvements, pulling stuff over from Chat Ragdoll Racing that he learned, which he has released, by the way, if you're interested in it. I don't know if it's still on sale, but it might be. It's only $2. If it is still on sale, it's only $2. May as well buy it. Even if you're not going to use it, support a streamer, support Clayman, help him get some visibility. At minimum, wishlist it. And then if you can, follow. I eat vegan. Okay, cool. I eat consciously. So if I do eat meat, I try to make sure that it is ethically sourced meat for one. If not, then I try to at least clear any trauma. Yeah. Oh, it's Pinda in Flemish. Okay. I've never had any English classes. I made a couple mistakes from time to time. No worries at all. You speak English well. I said that like that on purpose for anyone who is okay. Anyway, okay. I just want to finish up these. Oh man, there's a lot of them. We're okay with comparison operators. It's the value transformations and mapping rule types that are the issues. So what I'm doing here is probably something that could be handled using feature flags, but I don't know how to use feature flags for one. I hear it's easy. And for two, this really is intended to be, well, I don't know, man, because now it's like gonna be everywhere, but it's intended to be temporary. Anyway, we can discuss that if you want, but it's a decision that I made and I'm running with it. Didn't I copy all of this? Oh. Oh, that's what's happening. My skin is very itchy everywhere, and it's because it's gotten warm. We haven't turned on the air conditioner yet, but it's getting up to like 70 something today, which is making it quite warm in here. And when I get warm, I get itchy. Tricky Lady is saying nothing is ethically sourced. True-ish. I mean, there's still people that make efforts at least. So the mindfulness that they put into it also matters to me. And then if the places don't use GMOs, etc., then that's kind of what I look for. If they try to make things organic. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've seen those. So I'd rather not travel down that road because there is a lot of stuff that I do have opinions about on it, and it's kind of deterring from software development. However, it is still something, again, like I alluded to it during last Friday's conversation about AI and comparing it to the meat market, essentially. Are these tests? Everything is GMO though. Yeah, and I don't know. So you are stating all of these things as if they are fact, and I can't agree with them, but I will definitely let you say those things because I don't know if that is 100% true and real. What package is this? Oh my goodness. Is this going to require a signature? Because that's really annoying. Okay. They did plenty of investigation at farms, and free range has been laughed at because it's a giant room with the animals just pushed together. Yeah, so that's definitely not free range. And then Dukasoft is saying, will that for each with the where create a new list every time to get to the element, or will it just create it once? So the let's go with this one. So there's a bunch of them. The very first one, this mapping rules one here, is a read-only property that gets set once at the beginning of the application. So once you start the application, the list of mapping rule types is in memory. And so this never gets recreated. Then when we're inside of a component like the field mapper editor, and we're using that list, then this will iterate. Since it's aware, it'll evaluate the list every time because it's an enumerable by the time we get here. Actually, no, it's an array. So no, it won't even evaluate it multiple times. We'll just get it once and then it'll loop through it. The one that has the where though that you're asking about, which was where? I'm sure we'll find another one. Give me a second. You caught it. Do I want to do that? I don't want to do that in my test library. Although, no, I don't want to do it in my test library. Wait, was I doing that in my test library here? Dagnabbit. We'll find the other one in a second. Let me just undo this from my test library. Because I want the test library to always test all of them, regardless of whether they're implemented or not, because that is part of the tests. Okay, so one of these has an extra where. Okay, so this one here. How did I miss this one? Goodness. Okay, so this one will evaluate every time. I should probably make a mapping rules excluding ignore rule, but I'm pretty sure it will evaluate it every single time it renders. I mean, I don't think it creates a new list or anything, and it should be smart enough to know that this list here, that this array doesn't change, so it should still be pretty fast. Tricky Lady says, well, personally, I'd look more into pesticides. Yeah, definitely that, because America allows for more than Europe. I do look for that too. I mean, there's a wide range, but again, this stream isn't a ethics ethical treatment of animals stream, although I do advocate for it, and trying to do our best to, I don't know, get ethically sourced food, not just animal products, but also plant products and synthesized products too. So ethical treatment of people. But we will we'll leave that for a community day stream if that's a topic that comes up. Okay, Dukasoft is saying, I asked because I didn't know, so not get blame in your code. No, that's completely okay. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, thank you for the question. Please feel free to ask. Comparison types are fine. Did I really not have that many iterations on the value? Like when I was using the .get value, that one did have to go through and use reflection to get all of the enum members every single time. So this should be a little bit more performant than that. Not that it's going to be a massive performance improvement or anything, but since I have made the list of array elements, since I'm storing it in memory, like it's going to take more memory, again, just as much time as it saves executing, it's going to add that to space complexity, but it's super small, so it shouldn't, it's negligible, I hope. Okay. So let's just make sure I didn't introduce any more warnings, because I cleaned up all of the warnings, all of the errors. I'm not exactly sure what the messages are. Oh, so these messages, again, for the collections that can be simplified, when using net standard, the one that it has trouble with as far as collection initialization is not necessarily around using the connection initializer. So this syntax, when you're doing stuff like creating an array, it's when we were doing stuff with what is it called? Immutable lists and immutable arrays. So the system.collections.immutable namespace has a lot of differences between, these are tests, right? Yeah, between how it behaves in like net 6 and above, or even net 7 and above, I think, versus net standard 2. Okay, so I built, and I am not seeing any warnings. Awesome. I hate those can be simplified. I don't mind them. I usually take the suggestion and I use it that way. It's just, I don't know what all is going to break the net standard when I'm targeting different frameworks anymore, because I've run into so many issues. I've gone back and forth with making these polyfills so that we could do stuff like use the connection initializers with immutable arrays and immutable lists, but that didn't work. Oh, I doubt this will be the case, but I may have to run away from the desk if I hear the doorbell ring, because I'm expecting a package that was supposed to be here on Friday, but supposedly can be here today. I won't be super sad if they don't end up delivering it today, but yeah. They're getting my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up unless you're gonna actually deliver. Okay, so the reason that I wanted to do this for this library to finish it off is because I wanted to create an interim pull request that has these changes. Oh, I need to test it. That has these changes in main, because I'm working on on 2 branches right now. But I'm also working on transferring those branches over to nice, Dukasoft. that I want to keep. Every time I make another branch that I'm making changes to main, I have to pull them into these, and there are a lot of conflicts as I'm doing the pull requests. So I'd like to just get main aligned with these in their current state without affecting the UI itself, which means that I want to prevent showing the unimplemented mapping rules and value transformation types. Okay, I'm going to do a local commit while I do some tests. So first set of tests, there should be some failures because of not implemented rules, not implemented exceptions for the fieldless. Fieldless mapping rule. I forget what I called it. But Dukasov said some of them makes the code harder to read for me, at least. True, though. A lot of shorthand stuff does make the code more difficult to read, especially if you're reading it in the GitHub repository on the web. GitHub is getting better with actually, you know what? Sorry. I trailed off. I might want to only test the implemented stuff when we're in release. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do that again. That's documentation. I apologize for trailing off and not really remembering what it was that I was saying. However, those are application constants. Those are comparison operators, which are fine. Okay, so mapping rule types. I mean tests. Why are you even like this? That's so weird. Okay. If debug, then we'll go ahead and do the tests for all of them. Else, we will only do the tests for the implemented ones, which is application constants dot mapping rule tests. I wonder if I could just do that. Same thing for you. Sorry, Copilot, you can do that again. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Copilot. Just trying to do my job. Are you, though? What am I doing? I thought we were switching over to VB. Are we not? No, are there two? That's fine. Wait a minute. Doesn't this already... what am I thinking? Okay, so this already has the logic for if we are in debug, we don't filter anything out. If we are not in debug, we filter out the unimplemented rules and conditionals and value transformations. So I should just be using this the whole time. What am I thinking? What's going on? What day is it? Okay, so yeah, we'll leave you like that. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. We're fine. You're fine. Okay. All right, Copilot, do the thing. No? Fine. That's fine. It's fine. I can do it myself. I mean, it's not like you were trying to do my job the entire time. All right, what am I missing? Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. All right, so because I'm in release currently, we should be able to pass all tests. And the reason that I did this is because I don't want to see failing test in the main branch. Drinking problems. I'm trying to drink my water with the lid on. Wait, what? You were in the middle of running them. Oh, okay. So there we go. All tests pass. Congratulations. I'm just going to squash this with the previous one because they're the same thing. Squash. What even are these? Did I have Copilot create these? Prepare value transformation instances. Interesting. No clue what I'm trying to set up there. All right. That was one test. Now let's go into debug, and we should have some failing tests in debug now for the unimplemented I need to learn the name of this mapping rule. Custom fieldless rule. Mapping rule. I took the lid off this time. I just heard that Findle is feeling better. Which hopefully means that he'll be streaming again. I saw that he was live this weekend too, which is crazy because I'm sure that's when he got sick. Okay, so 5 failing, which are probably all the same test in the different target frameworks. And the test should be that we're getting a not implemented exception for, you can't read this, and it's really hard for me to zoom in on this. Not implemented exception, which is what it says for the custom fieldless rule.apply. Which is not implemented. because that's what I'm working on. Yay. Okay, great. Now my UI. So the next thing that I want to make sure did it just close itself? Do I have the right project startup? I don't. That was probably the source generator running successfully. All right, let's try the actual web app this time. See if we get some actual UI if we target the right thing. Maybe, perhaps. Why did you open over there? I just dragged a window over here that you could work on. Oh, man. Special kid. All right, I need my sample data. Projects. Lab data. Samples. Okay. Here go my sample. Here go my import. And so far nothing is broken. Good, good. We still have the synchronized scrolling. I'll make it bigger. And if we open up this menu, we should not see the custom. Why do we still see? Oh, because we're in debug. Sorry, we should see custom because we're in debug. But we should not, yeah, we should see it all. We should see it all. Every bit of it, including the combined fields. That is not implemented yet. Good. Good. We're doing good. I'm gonna have a heart attack if I keep this up. Okay, so stop the app. And then we're going to set it to release and then get a whole bunch of messages saying no debugger is attached. Are you sure you want to start without a debugger? Wait, there's build errors? Oh. So this is the error that I keep getting. If anyone has any thoughts or information of how I can resolve. Note. That's funny, man. This happens like all the time. So many synchronicities. I was opening Notepad and Anna just said, in Notepad? Because of course. She wants to talk about Notepad while I'm trying to open it. Okay, or at least her stream does. So when I do a clean and rebuild or I switch configurations from debug to release and back, the file mapper funcs.js.map file gets deleted. I do the build, and part of the build process is the MS build task for compiling TypeScript, which in debug generates a .map file. That .map file does not get regenerated before the build goes to the point where we're looking for it and making sure that it exists in the project for everything else. And so it fails on the first build, but then when I do consecutive builds, the file mapper the .map file gets regenerated and then does exist. Although we are in release, so I don't know why I was looking for the .map file to begin with. So that's even more confusing. Because I tell it not to generate the .map file in release. And one of the workarounds that I got for it was to use a pre-build step that touches the .map file, which I don't have anymore. I wonder if I only have that in the open source version. Don't know. Anyway, we're testing the release version, which again, synchronized scroll, which means our JavaScript loaded just fine. The mapper does not show the custom fieldless rule. And in our value transformations, we do not see the combine fields transformation, but we do see the combine fields rule because that one is implemented. All right, we are making some progress. Super happy about that. The other thing that I'm needing to do in the library eventually is to target more versions of .NET that this component library can be used with. So we have the core library in .NET Standard, but we need the component library to be usable in .NET 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and beyond. I don't think that I'm going to do preview versions, so not 10 yet, but 10 will be out soon enough. And then we can support it at that point in time. Okay, so I didn't make any other changes from that. So what I'm going to do is create a PR off of this branch, which is not going to close it. It's not resolving the task, but it's also bringing main up to date so that any other emergency fixes or up-to-date checks, changes that we need to make to the core library, to the main branch, are compatible with any of the other branches that we're currently working on. So let's do it. Back to debug, over to GitHub, GitHub. And if you are interested, oh, I'm doing the open source. If you're interested in this library that we're working on, I am going to make it so that there is only one that I am maintaining anymore, and it will only be the open source version that is on GitHub. And you can find that here. Thank you, Dukabot. You're the best. Second best. Dukasoft is the best. Anyway, you can find it here. It is open source. You're welcome to try contributing to it. I don't have a stable release for it yet, but as soon as I do, we'll turn on the portion of the GitHub action that will do the push to NuGet once we tag a branch with a version number. That was really cool to learn from Foolish Snobble. He showed us how to use this cake script to do all of our pipeline stuff that we needed to do locally, test it locally, get it working, and then do one commit, and then the GitHub action just calls that cake script. I don't even know how to look at it to prove that to you. Okay, but that means that I'm not actually doing a pull request here in this library because we've only been working in the private version of it, which I'm going to copy over. As soon as we're done making these changes, then I'll create the branches. I already created the work items for these two things, the conditional transformation logic and the UI for combined fields. The UI for combined fields transformation. This is going to be an enhancement. Actually, it's a task because the enhancement was the combined fields transformation operation. Yeah. I don't know. I still struggle with knowing what to call what. So anyway, when I create the branches, it'll be based off of these. Okay. Now we can go over to dev.azure.com. Whoa there. Why is so much flashing? We don't need the flashing. It's still flashing. Man, and I thought that my UI stuff that I was working on before was struggling because there's all of these major companies that have amazing UI that doesn't have these issues, and here's Microsoft Azure DevOps that is flashing at us, which was one of the biggest issues that we had in the application that I used to work on the UI for. But that is resolved. We're trying to create a pull request. I could have just clicked up there. Create a pull request, and this is going to be called conditional value implementation part 1. So have you ever worked in a company where you have a developer that's like, we just need to get this into the main branch, I know it's not done, it's like we try to keep the main branch buildable and without errors, and you try to discuss with them like we shouldn't really push that because you are adding breaking changes into main when they're not ready. We're going to do it as work related to 532. Yep. Create. We're going to merge. Oh, right. So one thing that I did tell it to do is that it needs to pass the build and test before being able to commit any PRs to main, approve any PRs. I don't know currently if a failed test would prevent you from completing. I think we addressed it on Monday. I can't really remember. That said, since I have been working on this for about an hour, I will go ahead and put this in the data import playlist as well. But we're going to shift to RTRAC after we're done with this, and we're going to have some UI fun. Who's ready for more UI? I know Dukasoft is. Man, I love watching paint dry. This is always a good opportunity to run a 2-minute ad, use the restroom, and refill my water. So I'll be right back. Is paint dry? Is paint dry? What's the eel for? Eel eye. Eel eye. I get it. Slow. Ad break is over. And the paint is almost dry. Thank you, Tricky Lady. I am super duper hungry now. The only thing that I'm thinking about is it time to cook dinner yet? We're having some falafels for dinner. I don't think I've ever eaten a falafel before. All right. Successful, which means that if we go back to the PR, then everything should be green and we should be able to approve because we read the code. Complete, and I am not going to delete the branch because we're still working in it. So this is one of those situations where if I was on a team, I would approve the PR, and I forgot about this. So like if I recall correctly, I have been saying that I would let the other developer be the one to delete the branch because I don't know if they're actually done with the branch or not. But I also let the other developer complete the PR after it's been approved. I don't complete it myself. Okay, so that one should have kicked off a... Oh crap, I should have versioned it too so that I'm not even using this NuGet package anymore. I'm just maintaining 2 libraries at the moment, that's all. So it kicked off the build, the actual build and publish for the NuGet packages, which is exactly the same build that was done for the PR, except that when it creates the NuGet packages, it puts the files in the artifact staging directory, which then tells our release there are new build files available, create a release for the NuGet package to our local artifacts feed. All right. So that's one thing that needed to be done. Let us now go to main, pull latest, go back to that branch, and let's make it synchronize with main, even though it's the branch that I used to update main. There's still going to be the commit that would need to the commit that did the PR that would need to be merged into this branch in order for it to be up to date with main, even though there are no file changes. Remember all the things. Okay, then the fun one is this other branch that I have been working on, which is the combined fields transformation UI, because I thought maybe it'd be easier if I tackle that first, is now out of sync with main. So I am going to pull that. And now both of those branches will have exactly the same content. No, this one will have different changes. This one will have different changes. Okay, good. And we are done for the day with the data import utility. Let's head over to RTRAC. All right, for those of you that have never been here before and don't know what applications I'm working on, I am a .NET developer working at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and it's a place that used to be called the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, where they manufactured chemical weapons for one of the previous wars. They ended up not using the chemical weapons, so they decided, let's break it down into its non-volatile and volatile parts, bury the volatile parts underground, because that's the best way to take care of volatile chemicals, is just bury them underground, obviously. That had a lot of very, very negative environmental impact. And so the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, said, all right, yeah, this is not good. You guys need to clean this up. You are now a Superfund site. Get this cleaned up and yeah, do it now. So they did. They did a whole bunch of cleanup. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal was cleaned up enough that they could demilitarize and sell part of the land. They sold part of the land to another company. That company created a factory that manufactured pesticides, and guess what they did? The way that you get rid of your volatile waste is you dump it into water that flows upstream to the neighborhood farms and stuff. So that also contributed to the environmental issues. And so now there is this joint effort from that company and the US Army to do this massive cleanup effort, which again, they did it so well that it's now the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And this time, everything is actually cleaned up. So the apps that I work on are the ones that monitor, and not the kind of lizard, that monitor the water, soil, and air quality, as well as generates reports for environmental agencies, compliance reports, and allows our scientists, engineers, and technicians to all know what's going on at the arsenal and take appropriate action. Black-footed ferret. If anything, I would say this is our mascot, but also the burrowing owls and the buffalo. Man, if you have never been in a car, like a sedan kind of car, and just sat in front of a herd of buffalo crossing the street, it is an experience to be had. It is super duper scary because they will like sit there, stare at you like they're gonna ram into you if you even blink. Oh man, it is scary. Or as you're walking into work, seeing a buck with really, really big tines staring straight at you, and you're like, I just want to go into my office. These guys are dangerous. Anyway, good times working at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Can recommend. But if ever you are in the Denver area, I would recommend taking a drive around the Wildlife Drive. It's a really nice drive. You see like 6 million different species of deer, 5 million different species of birds, 2 million species. Oh, the burrowing owls. The burrowing owls. I love the burrowing owls. Okay. Anyway, that's enough about where I work. Now the applications themselves, they're all web applications. They started off as JSP applications. When I got here, my job was to convert them from JSP to some Microsoft technology. The technology that I picked was .NET Framework MVC applications, and I think it was MVC 5 at the time, or MVC 4. I can't really remember. But that was the technology I was most comfortable with. That's what I was used to working in, so that's what I picked. And I got to make pretty much all the decisions on how we go about converting the applications over. And what I decided, because we had such a short amount of time with such a lot of applications, was let's just do a lift and shift, look at the UI, copy the HTML and CSS over, turn the Java code into controllers. Thankfully, the Java code was structured in a way that was similar to the way you would do MVC with controllers that have actions that generate views. So that was cool, but it still needed a lot of work to get everything copied over and converted over to C#. I forgot they were JSP. Here's what they used to look like. Sphere conversion. Original Java apps. So for example, here is RMA Water, which is one of the most interesting ones to look at. So RMA water was one where the only thing that I had were the original .class files, the compiled class files. So what I ended up doing was using ILSpy to reverse engineer them. And I think I did eventually find JavaScript files. I don't know if these are actually the ILSpied. No, they're not. Yeah, these are the actual Java files. So I did find them. Found them. But you can just see, like, this is one file. This is the chart builder. And they're using JFreeChart, which there wasn't a very good alternative. Like, I tried using Chart.js, and that did not allow me to customize the charts to make them look like the charts that are getting produced by this app. So I ended up using Microsoft.data visualization. And when I moved everything over to .NET Core, that namespace didn't exist in .NET Core. So the chart API is actually still a .NET Framework application that runs on the server as a virtual application underneath RMA Water. But some of the more interesting things are well info controller, another file that is only 3,805 lines, and site controller, which is much smaller. So you don't use GitHub at all, right? For these apps, correct. For the open source apps, I definitely do. And President Not Sure says, yeah, I use a spy tool on class files for creating Android bindings. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this was kind of cool because they did have these things called controllers in a lot of their apps, which do operate a lot like the way you would structure a .NET MVC application. Here's your HTTP GET, which is your main action on an MVC, usually index. And then a HTTP post, and that's about all you get in your controllers. A get and a post. But of course, I split things up differently. Then, as I was finishing up the last, or as I was on the last application, they were like, well, we are no longer able to host our own applications on our own hardware, on our own metal. We actually aren't allowed to be a data center. So we need to move to a different solution. And so the Army is saying that they could host our sites, host our servers, host our files, but it would be something like a lot of money. I can't really remember the number. I keep quoting something like $100,000, but I don't remember whether that was like a month or a year. And literally, it could have been a year. I mean, it could have been a month, is what I meant to say. So we priced out using Azure, using IBM, whatever IBM's cloud solution is, and AWS. And we landed on AWS, and I pretty much lifted and shifted our site to AWS, created some EC2 instances that matched our local server structure that was running WebSphere. I'm trying to go to pipelines. Talking and doing this at the same time is not working for me today. So anyway, we are now for about 6 years now, maybe 7. We are on AWS. And so part of the build and release pipelines for the web applications also do the web deploy to our AWS sites. So for example, if we look at that same RMA Water web application that was converted to Blazor, nope, that's water management. RMA Water, that's right, I said water. then you can see that it is now a Blazor app, which I recently upgraded to .NET 8. The .NET 8 version is not fully deployed yet. So I did an in-place migration. I created this subfolder that has all of the .NET 8 versions of the projects. And I created a new solution that just references those along with the shared library projects or whatever I didn't actually upgrade. I'm sure that could have been per month. Yeah. Yeah, because right now we're paying about $3,000 to $7,000 per month for AWS. For storage, EC2 instances, they're up 24/7, and the domain, the certificates are free with as long as they're put onto another AWS, what are they called? Resource, another AWS resource like a load balancer. So we're also paying for a load balancer, even though we only have one server for production, one server for test. So the load balancer isn't really doing anything, but it's the only place that we could have put the certificates that we were using. Okay, what is start chat server? Does anyone know what start chat server is? That says chart. Anyway, we're going back to RTRAC though. So RTRAC is one of the many applications that I support, and this application is specific to labs that do analysis on our soil, water, and air samples that we send to them. And they perform the analysis checks for whatever types of tests that we're looking for, whether it's for arsenic, mercury, or whatever, and the method to do that testing, which it's going to be changing a lot because there are differences between EPA methods, which everyone uses, and Army methods, which no one else uses anymore. They're starting to get away from it. And so they're like, since we're getting away from Army methods, maybe we can just go to an entirely new environmental database. It's kind of a leap, in my opinion. It's like, we're going to only use EPA methods, which we currently support. But because we're changing that, let's go ahead and change the way that we're storing, accumulating, and storing the data. Chat is over here. Over where? This happened before. This happened before. Remind me what chat is over here means. Anyway, this feels like deja vu is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so this application currently looks like poo-poo. It's garbage. It's 1990s revival, maybe early ooze revival. That's what I will call it. So that's the login page. So this is what the original app looked like. I keep saying this. I did update the functionality of the menu, but this is what the menu was intended to look like, which it mostly did. It was just like offset and had a whole bunch of issues with if you happen to land right in the middle of two menu items kind of stuff. Just a lot of quirks. But that's taken care of now. The UI looks like this for now. But this is the application that we are now bringing over to. Oh, this one is .NET Framework. Yeah. You said, what is start chat server? And you said chat is over here. But I don't understand what chat is over here means in relation to that. What does president not sure one mean by his comment? Mention a comment about starting a chat server. but it seems like they may have been joking or confused about the context. It's hard to tell without more information. That's what I'm saying. Even the LLM can person spy on you. Oh, I see. President Not Sure was just trying to make a joke about the comment they mentioned earlier. They were probably just having a bit of fun. Hashtag helpful. Oh man, I'm stalling because I really don't know where we are with RTRAC. So RTRAC was or is one of the applications that's still a .NET Framework MVC application that we're converting to Blazor. And the reason that I'm trying to get this one converted to Blazor next is because that data import utility is part of a new process that we're doing for gathering lab results. Up until recently, we had one lab that was doing all of the analyses, and they would generate these things called TRN files. And the TRN files was short for transfer file, because that's how the Army works. Transfer files, which were a fixed width formatted text document where they would produce the lab results in this specific format where each of these fields were this specific set of characters in that document per line. But what's been happening recently is that they started adding other labs doing the analyses, and they are producing CSVs and Excel files that are structured differently than the TRN file. So we needed a way to be able to import their data. And so I created the lab data upload tool. And that's where this whole data import utility came from. This tool uses the data import utility core library with its components to do the majority of the work for importing the files, converting it over to a list of C# objects, strongly typed objects, mapping the fields, and setting up the transformations for the values as they're getting mapped to the new fields. We made a lot of progress on this. It's for the most part done. It's being used currently. The things that I added on top of the core library functionality for this tool are the ability to save your configurations as templates and reload them so that the mappings are there again. And then all you have to do is pick your file, reload the mapping, maybe take a look at the preview to see if there are any errors that need to be addressed before uploading the file. I could have sworn I created UI around that. Maybe I just didn't click on the button fully, which I'm okay with. I don't need to click on it at the moment. Yeah. So that's the lab data import utility. So once the files are uploaded this way, they get stored in a temporary table called TBL imported data, or TBL imported TRN. Those TRNs then show up in this application so that the rest of the process for turning these lab samples results into actual environmental data records can be completed. So the first thing to do is the sanity checks on the records that were uploaded. And there are still some issues. So I need to double check to see what kind of tests are failing and why they're failing. This is really weird though, because the Boolean field is either going to be null, empty, or LT. Interesting. Oh, maybe it's because they are null, and this is expecting at least a blank value. Anyway, we'll figure that out eventually, but right now the main thing that we're trying to do is get this application from .NET Framework to Blazor so that we can use essentially the same UI that I just showed for the lab data upload in this application. So I have some decisions to make though. when I do this, am I going to update the UI itself, or am I going to keep the same UI? That one's a really big one, and I haven't decided yet. I don't know, is my answer. I don't know yet. Okay. Breathing. Now that I've described that, I guess we can get working on the application. There is one other thing. And apparently I'm using Control Tab this time. I mean, Windows Key Tab. And that is that because I am in the process of upgrading all of the applications to .NET latest version Blazor web applications, I took the opportunity to take their new authentication and authorization approach and just turn it into a package that can be reused in all of the applications, so I don't have to keep making the exact same changes to every application when I upgrade them. So I made this Armit's identity, which is essentially the copy and paste of the .NET 8 Blazor web app with individual accounts selected. And so these are just the components that you get. Yeah. I was like, I'm so confused. Where aren't the components here? These are all of the components that you get when you scaffold that. I've made the appropriate changes so that it matches what we need for all of our applications, such as in using application user from our identity store, which is it's a customized identity user. Adding the ability to use roles. And the thing that is the most helpful is creating the service extension method so that all I have to do is add Armit's identity and give it a little bit of configuration. And then it does all of here's the connection to the identity store. And here's the connection to the Armit suite, which is a thing that I use to whitelist email addresses. So if you currently go to any of the applications and you try to register with your email address, it's going to be like, I'm sorry, I can't give you access, because you have to be on a specific domain in order to have access to this. And then even then, if you provide a valid domain, then you have to validate the email. So if you don't have access to the email, you won't be able to validate. Okay, so that is the identity component library / just overall library, the auth library. And I made some updates to it because one thing that we saw that kept happening was these DLLs get linked somehow. And so I was like working with that, and at the same time as working with that, I decided to go ahead and do a lot of cleanup for the identity store anyway. So the step that we're on is updating the NuGet package for that authn library, and hopefully that will get rid of all of those DLLs. Let me make sure we're at latest. This is not in source control. I'm sorry. Noni. Let's try that again. That is local. You're right. Where is RTRAC Blazor? Not local. That's RTRAC Blazor auth. I mean Armit's RTRAC source RTRAC Blazor. Whew. That was a fun explanation. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so we are still targeting .NET 8 because my fault. I made the Blazor auth application target .NET 8 specifically, and I tried to use a .NET 9 project with that .NET 8 version and found conflicts in, what is it, Microsoft.ASP.NET web.components or something like that. And it was like, you're targeting, where is it? You're targeting Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components WebAssembly Server 8.blah or 9.blah, which is conflicting with the version 8.blah. We're still on 8 because 7, 8, 9. Of course, of course. So let's get the Zarmitz Blazor auth. Oh, I was going to say I don't even see it, but there it is. Updated. I got to update. Oh, for those of you that are here, oh dear. Okay, cool. For those of you that are here and are concerned about what is getting tracked or logged in chat, I want to be clear that the LLM that I'm running is running on a local machine on my local network, does not go outside of this network, and I don't store any information. All of the chat context is stored in memory on this machine while the application is running. The application is running in Visual Studio currently here, which means that as soon as the stream is over and I stop the application, there is no more stuff in memory. So I'm just wanting to make sure that you are aware that your information is not getting logged or sent to any server outside. Okay. All right, so President Not Sure is saying, I never remember which ones are LTS and which ones aren't. Yeah, me either. And it's like, I thought I had a grip on it, or it was even numbers are LTS, odd numbers are not. But then I question it. I'm like, am I sure? Am I sure that I'm sure? I'm still pretty confident in it, but I could be wrong. All right. Then President Not Sure said, not that it matters really, since I truly need to update each year. I thought you were trying to say that you needed to update a specific application, but you said each year. Got it. Dukasoft was asking Automated Realms, what do you know about me? I know that you enjoy having fun conversations and sharing your thoughts with others. You're also a fan of interesting discussions and learning new things. Anything more? Dukesoft, I can't reveal all my secrets, but I will say that you have a great sense of humor and are always willing to help others. You're also quite knowledgeable in various topics, especially when it comes to programming. I like this LLM. Quite knowledgeable in various topics, especially when it comes to programming. Sure. I think you're right about even being LTS. Sounds familiar. I don't even have a mnemonic in place to remember. Like, even numbers feel round to me. And so round is completion. Round is stable. Therefore, LTS and round are associated with each other. Round and even are associated with each other. There, how'd I do? Oof. So scratchy. All right, Code Red. Code Red will be the one taking the space of Anna. Code Red Games. Anna just ended her stream. Good. We're good. Everything is good. Shout out to Code Red Games, working on a game called Roguelite, which is a roguelite game where you are battling enemies, traversing through a dungeon. It's kind of dungeon crawlery, improving your skills. Demo is out on Steam currently, so give it a look. And wishlist it and all of the good things. And I hear that wish listing really does go a long way. Something else that you can do to help promote. This is for the solution, right? Where's my Armit's off? Something else that you can do that is also maybe even more so valuable is to follow the game on the store page, because well, Irish John can tell you all about it. I've learned it all from him. Who ended up streaming yesterday, or I think he started streaming or something, because I got a notification saying that he was live after I had gone upstairs to start cooking. I'm like, I wanted to lurk. After his stream said, I'll see you next time, or I'm not streaming tonight either. Sag times. So I do have package sources all. What version of Armit's auth are we using again? Yes. Unsubscribe from CodePen, please. Okay, where is Armit's identity.blazor auth? Armit's identity.blazor auth. Wait, it's just armits.blazor auth? Interesting. Okay. Anyway, Armit's blazor auth is at 8.0.10, and that is the latest stable. Allegedly. Could have sworn I did a whole bunch of work to get rid of this issue. Wait. Why come suddenly? Why did the DLLs disappear? So what was happening is, in the previous versions, I was referencing something that had like a transitive reference to something else that was causing all of the DLLs for like, what is it called? Browser debug browser something or other. The things that are used for hot reload and keeping your connection from Visual Studio to the browser working and established. Because the Blazor server project, this one here, the auth server project, is actually targeting web components blah that comes with all of these debug proxies. That's what it's called, the debug proxy folder. So I had to do a lot of really weird stuff to configure which one aren't you opening? This one, I open this to configure the NuGet package to not output those DLLs. This one. So yeah, since I mentioned him, shout out to Urshton Games, who's working on a game called Rise Piracy, Yar, and Rob. So you can check it out on Steam. You can check it out on Microprose. And also, he does have some assets on the asset store. Just look for him everywhere. He's an amazing developer. Fun times over on his stream. He's been having a bit of a rough time with this whole landlord situation, and sounds so annoying. So if you can, send some love his way, some thoughts, and wishlist his game if you haven't already. Follow on Stem. He also did a recent curated page that got a lot of visibility. Yeah, so do all the things. All the things, she said. So here's what I did to fix the DLL issue. I created my own new spec in the end. I was looking for ways to configure the CS proj. Nice. But his landlord needs love too. So send love to his landlord. Whatever is gotten his landlord's panties in a bunch, send love. Send thoughtful, mindful energy to them and wish them well. So yeah, so I like using the CS proj. I always forget what the name of the style. It's pretty much XML style CS proj settings for setting up the NuGet package, which this will generate the new spec for you as it's doing the generate package on build. So that's part of it. The other part of it is in my directory.build.props. That gives us our version number. That gives us our, where are you only at 8.0.7? That gives us our generate package on build, generate documentation, send help. Why did the thing say it's on 8.0.10? I'm already lost. Okay, because I didn't update to latest until just now. I also added a README because NuGet packages should have READMEs apparently. Otherwise you keep getting warnings and I'm like, I'm tired of seeing warnings. Stop giving me warnings. Dag nabbit. So I added documentation with my release notes. But yeah, so the fix for me, because again, this project is targeting, I think it's because it's either one of these two targets is what's causing it, or yeah, those are the only two that I can think of that would be causing it to try to give me the debug proxy files. I couldn't exclude the files. I couldn't delete the files. I couldn't remove the files. I couldn't anything using post build tasks, using create NuGet, or it was like something about generate NuGet was one of the build step targets that you could have done. Shout out to Dual Beats, who I don't know much of, so I won't be able to speak too much about what they do. I just know that they're a DJ. That's about it. So if you want to say something nice about them, you are welcome to, Dugasoft. But shout out to Dual Beats. Yeah. Oh, and I was using this DJ rocks. Love. Cool. I wanted to still be able to do a lot of the configuration in the CS proj. And in order to have those values moved over into the new spec, you can identify new spec properties like this. So I'm wondering if there's a way to automatically add files. Like if I added any CSS, for example, to www root, then I would want that to be packaged up in the static web assets folder of the NuGet package. But I would have to do that manually and remember to do that if I ever do add CSS or images or icons or whatever else. Same with any other assets that are created elsewhere. Hopefully I won't have to do that. Ever. So I took the one that it generated, and then I found out about these variables that you can put in the new spec. So if you take a look at any of your projects that generate NuGet files and they have that generate package on build set up, one of the things you'll see when it creates your new package, wait, that was it, right? Oh wait, no, that's not what I'm looking for anyway. In bin is, no, that was the place that I was looking for. In obj, you will see that there is this generated new spec file. And this is what it does based off of your settings that you put in CSproj. It generates this file for you. It keeps track of your assets, adds the things that it needs to add, adds things that it doesn't need to add. So like the big one is going to be when I have this thing targeting different frameworks, adding the dependencies per framework, I'm going to have to do that manually. The way that I'm most likely going to end up doing that is that I'm going to wait for the client one to generate, see how it's making these, even though it's pretty obvious. It's just going to be group target framework equals net9, for example, or net6. And then have all of the dependencies that we need for those defined here. But I'm going to have to do that manually for the new spec that I am maintaining for the .server project, because it keeps giving me all of those debug proxy folder dependencies, which then makes it so that my projects that I use it in get linked DLLs for those, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, so in short, what I did was I took the generated version, copied it over into my own new spec file, and then learned about these variables that you can define in the CSproj. All this just so that it doesn't give me the debug proxy folder in my NuGet package. So if you look at this specific project, I have all of the configuration here. And if I didn't have this, actually, I will show it. If I didn't have this and it generated that new spec file for us, which it's already open. I don't know. I'm trying to open a new one. Server? Oh, I'm in stare. Okay, so here's the generated new spec. And what we're going to see is down here, there are all of these content browser debug host, for example. So all of this Blazor proxy stuff gets added to the new spec. And I spent about 4 to 7 or 8 hours even trying to figure out, how do I just tell it to ignore this folder? That's all I wanted to do using the CSproj. And in the end, after trying to delete those files after build, trying to exclude those, hold on, let me answer this because I don't know what all I'm gonna, I really don't want to answer this. 1 second, please. So I have a delivery coming today, and it's one of those deliveries that you just don't want anything that you do to make it not happen. Welcome to the stream, phone caller. You're on. And so when on days like this, I will answer my phone Even though I never answer my phone when it's a number that I don't recognize. Especially when the number is from the same area code as my phone number, which is not Denver. It's not even Colorado. Ugh. Anyway, so President Not Sure says, yeah, I get it. Never a listener, first time caller. Nice. Okay, so anyway, we know about how the Blazor server project is created. We checked it out. Not Blazor server, the auth project is created and what it's supposed to do. It just gives us all of the scaffolded authentication stuff specific to the RMITS library, RMITS applications. And as we can see, the fix that I did to the library does make it so that the DLLs no longer show. If you saw when I first opened the project, the DLLs were listed here, but then it was probably a NuGet restore that made it so that those DLLs disappeared. Yay. There are a whole bunch of warnings that I don't like. I hate warnings. Just do suppress warnings. Yeah, so there is it doesn't matter anyway. We haven't gone through RTRAC and done any of the modernization cleanup, make sure everything is using .NET 8, C# 13 stuff. What we've done so far with this app is we ran it through the .NET upgrade tool, right? I think we did that on stream. So I right-clicked on the .NET Framework version of the project, and I clicked on Upgrade, and then we ran through that. President Usher saying, if anyone wants to know what real programming is like, just rewatch that whole thing you talked about. Yeah. There's a lot of hair pulling because you try to get the IDE, essentially, the tooling, to do what you want it to do, and you spend a lot less time on the actual software development part. Same thing with UI. You spend a lot of time fighting with CSS and very little time writing actual code. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know where this project is at. So we're going to just run it. It built successfully, so we may as well try to run. I don't know if my secrets are up to date with the new password, but I guess we're going to find out. I'm pretty sure I ran this on stream before, so we should be good to go. Why did you open it? This is my active browser, dagnabbit. No, it's still open over here. Nani? Why don't you want to use this as my active browser? It's super weird. Okay, so this is the base login pages UI. And I'm pretty sure I do have a dark mode version of it. Oh, come on. Dark. Maybe not. Okay, at least not in RTRAC. Yeah, I really could have sworn that I had a dark. Whatever, doesn't matter. If you think CSS is a pain, you should try fighting CSS inside WordPress. I tried fighting CSS inside of, I'll cover your ears, those of you that don't like curse words. Are your ears covered? All right, inside of SharePoint. You can uncover your ears if you had them covered. Dukasoft just says these words without even any issues. I don't know how you can stand to curse like that. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? That's something that you probably shouldn't say on the stream. You said the S word. A wood, but she's dead. That's why you don't say things like this on the stream. You don't know people's history. You don't know their situations. Okay, here's where we're at with the RTRAC UI. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it fantastic? Isn't she lovely? So I have a decision to make. And for any of you who are working in the software development industry, I am looking for an opinion on what your thoughts on how I should approach this are. This application is a lower priority application because it works as is. It is a .NET framework application that is going out of support, I think. When does support for .NET Framework 4.7.2 end? 2032 approximately. So no, it's not. We're not in danger of going out of support. Interesting. Whatever. But I need to update the UI so that we can use the new lab data upload tool inside of this UI to easily get from the uploaded data to the record checks, so that the workflow is similar to what the existing RTRAC is for our existing labs, which is, I'm already logged out. 2-second timeout, man. Which is that they go in here, load data, choose their TRN text file, load it in, go to record check, do their records checks, and fix whatever issues, re-upload the file if they need to. And then do the chain of custody check. And then after that, they submit it. So it's a 3-step process, 4-step process. They submit the TRNs. What even is this? I've never used this page when there were more than one lab, But what it seems to be doing is adding the lab to the list of TRN of available labs and not actually getting the list of TRNs to be submitted. What even? Is it because none of them have record checks on them? Is that what's going on? So let's do the record check. Those two pass. Chain of custody check. Those two pass. Submit. Get. Yeah, no. It's just, no. It probably never has worked, but as I mentioned before, we've only ever had one lab. So that is a broken thing. Point is, the thing I was looking for advice on is, do I just go ahead and port this straight over without making any UI updates so that we have a functioning application just in Blazor that we can use the lab data upload? We can link directly to the lab data upload, use the lab data upload UI directly in this application. Or do we try to update the UI as well at the same time also? I mean, isn't this just the most beautiful? Who would ever want to change this UI anyway? It's kind of like stucco meets icy freeze. Blue coconut cream slush. Okay. Tab, 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 tab. All right, so since no one is responding, I'm just going to assume that you don't have an opinion or just don't feel like responding, which is both of those are entirely okay. Or you have your own reasons, doesn't matter. And I will move forward with fixing code, because the thing that I love doing, the part of application modernization that I love the most, is taking all of the legacy code and making it clean in the current version of the framework that it's using. So making all the green squigglies go away, changing around the syntax, making it more readable, all of those things. Applying nullability. And there's another call, but this call, I know who it is, and I know that they have an automated system that would just leave me a voicemail. Oh. Okay, so I really don't know how we got to this point. I don't know if this is code that was generated from doing that upgrade. Yeah, where's the very beginning? I can't see. I can't see. All right, so we're back in 2022. The current version from Team Foundation version control, clean up commits, completed initial TRN. Oh, okay, so these are in the .NET framework, right? This is in the MVC application? No, this is the Blazor project. What? How long ago was I working on this as a Blazor project? Yeah, I want to know how we got to this point, because I remember the Blazor project that we were working on with RTRAC having UI. And I have no idea where that UI went. And yeah, anything. Sketch the create biota support, supplemental page. Sketch UI logic. Started work on the map file, extra info. Where is all of this? What? What does this look like? Converted more of the SP to C# code. Stored procedures. Okay. And then we merged from another branch. I really don't know what that is. Here's main. So we did merge into main at some point. Set up CI for Azure pipelines. So this was getting the pipeline set up so that I could deploy the RTRAC Blazor version using a pipeline. Completed initial logic for email upload TRN. Remove backup copy of edit TRN page. But where? I told you guys I'm a really slow reader, especially on screen, but just slow reader to begin with. So I'm trying to figure out where I deleted all of the UI content. That was done up until kind of looks like September of 2023. What service worker? Oh, for, I was like, I don't have any service workers for RTRAC, but for PWA. And that just helped me with not needing to refresh in weird ways just to get the UI to update. Let's push. Hey, they updated their message. Complete initial. It looks like I got a lot of it done. So when did I... Disabled service worker. We saw that here. These two... These two happened in Maine. I think these two happened in Maine, and then I pulled it over into this branch. So confusing. Merge branch RTRAC current dev of this repo into RTRAC current dev, which is this repo. Added original .NET framework solution to get. So this is a year and a half later. I'm doing all of this stuff. Pulled in original app from another system to help with compiling. I don't know what that means. Why is that even a note? Refactor role handling and ensure distinct lab lots. Set up a .NET 8 project. Move code over from .NET 6 app. But did you? So here's RTRAC .NET Core. That still has controllers and stuff. So this is the .NET 6 app I think I'm talking about. Then here is the RTRAC Blazor, where I deleted all of the account stuff. I kept the UI. Yeah, but I got rid of all of the account stuff. Some renames. Still confusing myself. Updated package versions for compatibility. Refactor role management. Update to latest armits auth package. And these were recent. These were like what I just did over the past couple of months. Okay. That means that somewhere there is a version of this that has UI that I was working on. So I'm going to check the folder. That's Blazor auth. Trekking across the universe on the Starship Enterprise under Captain Kirk. There's so many versions of this. Why are there so many versions? I'm on the full controller team. The fast thingy makes no sense to me. Oh, fast endpoints, fast API. What is it called? Minimal API. Yeah, I don't know if it's just like more memory intensive. Yeah, so fast endpoints is a package that you could use where you create endpoints in a different way than you would if you were using controllers. I'm still not 100% sold on it. Given the option, I would choose to use controllers, like the traditional API controller. But I am using fast endpoints in another project. I just don't really see... I'm not experiencing the benefits of what fast endpoints offers because I don't fully know what all it's supposed to be offering that's different than just using a full controller. So it might be that it is lighter weight, but it takes more code for me to set up an API endpoint using that than it does for a regular controller. Okay. RTRAC Blazor should have... Oh, it's in here. No, it's not. No, it's not. Just kidding. But the projects are in the folder. They're in the folder. So what am I going to do? I am going to create a new solution that is going to have only the previous version in it. Have I done that already? No. Okay. So in order... Does anyone know how to just create a blank solution file that I can just open in Visual Studio? Is it just .NET New Solution or something? I'll Google it if no one feels like answering. I have a controller with only one get. Still not switching. Totally okay. You're not gonna get any flack from me. .NET CLI create solution. .NET SLN. .NET new solution -- name. No, I think it's here. .NET new solution -- name is called... What am I going to call the solution? Prev RTRAC Blazor. Do I actually have to put the .sln at the end? Or no, I do not. And you could also specify files. Template package location is not supported or doesn't exist. Whatever. Okay, so we have a solution. I'm not going to feel any difference in speed from my use case anyway, less than 20 users at a time. Yeah, so I'm in a very similar position, and that's probably another thing that I just don't know, because I don't have very many users either, and not much load. I just don't see a massive difference between using, not using controllers, MVC controllers, or API controllers. Okay, the things that I'm going to add to this solution are... This isn't going to work, is it? Because I've upgraded the libraries. I'm still going to try it anyway. So the shared project. The shared client and shared server. No, wrong folder. Shared client. Shared server. So if I look at these, they're going to say that they are .NET 8, I'm assuming. Yup. Microsoft said, I try to keep my code simple to read for me. Way more important. Yes, I agree. If you are going to be the one maintaining it, it makes perfect sense to... Yes, so I don't know if you heard, but my other monitor just decided to go... And I was like, oh, sad time. So I bought another monitor to match this monitor over here. And so now I have two of the same monitor, which is weird. They're the same size, they're the same height, lined up perfectly. It's so weird. But I had another decision, which was, do I keep the resolution at 1080 for the stream, or do I just go ahead and use the space and keep it at 4K? 4K. Because the other monitor, I didn't have a choice. What am I adding? Hello, Full Snubble. Shared libraries. I guess I called the other one shared class libraries. You've caught us in the middle of an upgrade. We're working on trying to figure out where we were last with the RTRAC application. I know that I started some work earlier this year, but I really don't remember where all of our files went or how I structured things. I just don't remember things in general. We're going to add the Blazor component library. I mean, I know how it's structured. That was a lie. I know how it's structured. I just don't remember what all I did with the rest of the original, of the first attempt at upgrading this app from .NET Framework to .NET Core. Existing project. So I'm only going to pull over the WASM project. But here's the thing. The Blazor component library should be the same. And it's here. And it's possible that I just didn't point the application to the Blazor component library. So this routes should be the one from the Blazor component library. It is. What? Oh man. That's so confusing. Dukesoft is saying, I'm streaming my stuff in 1080. It's the limit on Twitch. If you're not an affiliate, I believe. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that I even get anything above 1080 for this, even if I decide to try to set OBS to stream at 4K. It's just, I like the screen real estate, and I can always zoom in for the code, and for the for any of the panel stuff, the console stuff, I just copy and paste it and put it somewhere where you can actually see it. Okay, still trying to add the remainder of the projects. I am trying to alt tab. Oh, I have way too many Visual Studio instances open. I'm surprised I'm not lagging. Isn't that weird? On Monday, when I was trying to open even one project, my audio would skip. And you guys would be like, dropped frames, question mark? But here I had the Armit's Blazer auth, the bot, and then 2 RTRAC solutions, and all of them were open at the same time. And I got no lag. That's very confusing. And Snobble is greeting Duka. Duka, Duka, Duka. Akadatu. Okay, so what was I adding next? Next, I was adding the WASM projects, which are empty. So why are they still in the folders? Okay. So all of these that I've removed from this solution don't exist anymore. And yet they still have folders on disk. Ooh, I'll be right back. Zoom. I got a box. I'm very excited for this box. So excited that I don't want to wait, but I'm gonna, because I have work to do. Okay, these don't have actual projects in them. I don't know why the folders are still here. We're getting rid of them. And I'm assuming that since they were empty anyway, they wouldn't be on NuGet, because you can't push empty folders to NuGet. I said NuGet. GitHub. Unboxing live tonight. I mean, I'm really, really excited that I might just. I did not expect it to come early in the day. You know, the times when UPS or FedEx say they're gonna deliver by X time, in this case it was 7 p.m. They usually come at 6:59 to 7:40 after saying your delivery has been delayed. Okay. Stairs, am I right? And heavy boxes. I'm at least gonna, you know, just cut into the tape a little. It's my little paper envelope. What are they called? Letter opener. I'm sure it works on tape, right? I did it. A small set of streamers are helping us test 1440 and 4K for a limited amount of time. Wow. 4K. Yeah, it kind of... that's a tough one for me to say anything. I did. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the notes. At present, there are still enough people whose internet is not good enough, and of course multi-streaming, to support 4K streams to begin with. So how many people would actually have the stream on 1440 or 4K? And if the streamer assumes that people will be watching their stream on the highest resolution, then they might not be providing the best quality stream for their entire audience. So how many streamers will choose to stream on ultra high resolution, for example? Almost caught my breath. All right, do we at least have tests? We at least have tests. That said, I don't need this solution because all of the projects that I was going to add to the solution are no longer on disk. They don't exist anymore. So I'm just going to delete that folder. And we will continue with what we got. So here's my assumption. At some point, it looks like I have all of the UI that I worked on before, but at some point I told my main layout to just be simple, and for routes to point to, nope, I didn't. For my index page, what I did was probably set my index page to not have any I'm confused. I really don't know where my UI is then. Because like, according to this, I should have some content in here that at minimum has some text. Is that what we're seeing? Maybe that is what we got and I just didn't notice. Below are some tasks you can perform. And the thing that tells us what tasks we can perform are, if we are in role dev, oh, what even is role display? Active role.display text. Have I not selected a role? And that's what the issue is. Do you get set to anything by default? Here. Set active role async. If role is none or user doesn't contain the current role, then set it to first or default, which will default to user. It will actually default to none. Oh, where user roles contains are, otherwise back to active role. A sync is now the active role. Very confusing. All right. It's at least telling me that it's setting a local storage item. Ooh, dad jokes. It's telling me that it's setting a local storage item for the active role. No, it's not. So did that fail? Yes, it did. Okay. Okay, unable to resolve system.net.http client in services. And this is the whole issue with having a Blazor web app, where when it starts up, it only runs program.cs for the main project, even if you are using the client project. Red wall of text. So even if it does run in WASM, the WASM step loads a little bit later. And according to our error, we do need this. So uncomment you, change you to RTRAC Blazor. But what I think is going to happen is we're still going to need this HTTP client configured on server as well. I hope we don't. But what has happened before is if I reload the page and it has something that is HTTP that requires the HTTP client, this program.cs has not run by the time the page starts reloading and trying to populate the service dependencies. And so I get an exception then too, unless I put the HTTP client here as well, which doesn't make sense to do. And I think maybe that has to do with pre-rendering, maybe, I don't know. But the app should have reloaded and you can finish. Presto changeo. Okay, no red wall of text so far. But still no tasks that we can perform. And no role. Oh, there's our red. Oh, it's doing this thing. So this has also happened in Blazor web apps a lot, which is sometimes when you do a hot reload change, it breaks the way that components are rendered. I don't know, but stopping and restarting the app usually fixes it. Okay, so still no roles in there. So we got a 404. That's fine. 404 is better than nothing. We are in user state and we are trying to initialize. Line 61. User state. Peru. Okay. Get allowable labs. Oh, this might be an instance where the reason that it's failing is because there's a... No, this is 404 though. Because I haven't configured my server project correctly and I don't have any controller endpoints. My controller isn't in here. So when I man, it's so hard to tell what exactly happened. When I was upgrading to .NET 8, I had an existing .NET 6 version, Blazor WebAssembly, Blazor server, both of those project types, because that's what I have been doing previously, is I had both Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly in the same solution, and I could choose which one I wanted to run. When I use Blazor WebAssembly, I keep the API controllers in the hosted server project. And when I went to .NET 8, I was running into issues with upgrading the .NET 6 project, so I just decided, let's get rid of the .NET 6 project, pull everything into .NET 8. The only thing that the Blazor WebAssembly project does is program.cs stuff to set up the client services and server services. And the only thing the server does is sets up the services for the server. But I forgot, I think, to copy over the controllers from the server. And that's why we would be getting a 404, because I don't have any API controllers at labs, for example. Actually, this should be user info. So we need to go and find the controllers or create them from scratch based off of all of our endpoints. I think we're going to try to find the controllers in our history. What is the easiest way to find files from commit histories? Not the easiest way. What is an easy way to do this? I think we may have seen deleting the files here. So here's the RTRAC Blazor .NET 8 project. These are the identity pages, which is actually it's a Razor class library, but it serves CS/HTML pages, so actual Razor files. Not .razor, which are Blazor file. So not helpful. The Blazor component library is fine. Server only we don't care about. Server pages, again, stuff that renders on the server as Razor, ASP.NET Razor pages. Shared, we don't care about. Shared client, because we still have that. Shared server, we still have. Tests, WASM. Here we are. Yeah, so I think if we just grabbed these files, we should be good to go. Oh, some shout outs that I'm missing. So there was a shout out to Candy Dev. Candy Dev is a fantastic and amazing creature. Very intelligent, very cool streams, enjoyable to watch, enjoyable to hang out on. Often co-streams with Temptic 404 and someone by the name of Panda. I don't exactly know how they are all interrelated, but they all do tend to hang out together. Best creature. And I think I'm starting to understand the reason that I never get a straight answer on what all his stream avatar is based on is because he doesn't have anything to compare it to. It's a singularly unique creature. Oh, it's an awesome. My heart. And Temptic is kind of like an otter, but also not. On his last stream, or 2 streams ago, I guess I should say, he claimed being more than just an otter. Maybe it's common for him to do that. I don't know. Oh, she's the one that made the emojis too? Very nice, Panda. Very, very nice. You did amazing on them. I love them all so very much. She also seems like a very, very busy person. Or creature as well. Oh, jeez. All right, so I'm creating a controllers folder that we're going to... Man, what I really want to do is copy this repository over and just check this out so that it can be easier to copy and paste over. But I guess I can do it this way. Biota controller. Build data controller. Lookups controller. Controller. I'm gonna forget a .cs on one of these. Map well info controller with an S. Oh my goodness, help. Help. Somebody please help. Methods controller. No OIDC controller needed because we're doing auth differently. Cert controller. TRN controller. User info controller. Water levels controller. Oh, if I got all of these correct without making a single typo, I'm going to be impressed with myself. But I don't think I did. Here we go. All right, while I'm waiting for those files to get created and get creative, go follow Temptic as well. So Temptic is currently live. I don't see a Canny nor a Panda currently, but Temptic really does have good vibes on their stream. I believe they're a game developer. I only lurk. I haven't really paid attention to much of the content. Most of the time it's because there's a lot of high energy, which is good for a lot of people. But especially over the past few weeks, you guys know how I've been. So I'm trying to reduce the amount of stimulation when I am not streaming so that I can just center. Okay, here we go. So what I am going to do with this, and this is going to be really tough to arrange on this screen, is I'm going to grab all of the content from the controllers and copy them over without the namespace stuff. So we'll start with biota. Biota. And hopefully all of the namespaces will resolve themselves and it'll be good. Just like that. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Thank you so much for that. Field data. Basta. So there was the red wall of text. I missed reading the dad jokes still. So other bot says, I tried to milk a cow today, but was unsuccessful. Utter failure. Was it not a female cow? What does a pirate pay for his corn? A bucket in the air. A fucking... It's kind of like that deer joke that Iris Joan keeps saying on his stream that I know it's supposed to be funny, and the fact that he says it repeatedly is funny, but yeah. I still don't get it. You're gonna have to help me out. I'm a little slow, especially in the social arena. Well, info. All right, so once we do this, we will see the progress that was actually made on this application, because there was progress at some point made on the application, on the conversion, on the modernization, on the whatever you want to call it. Because it's both. And I kind of remember there was a discussion. Hey, here's someone that we haven't shouted out that I'm going to beat you to. Um, at some point I did work, I swear. So I think this was a conversation on Thindle's channel, or maybe he was the one that brought it up here. I just remember Thindle being involved in it, where we were talking about the difference between modernization versus conversion. So converting from one language to another, maybe even an upgrade would only be considered a conversion, whereas modernization is taking the code and applying latest practices and standards and stuff like that. I can't remember the whole conversation though, but it was a good one. I liked it. And yeah, definitely check out Nodox. You'll see me using it. You'll see it show up on anytime I open an XML file or a JSON file. You will see some blotted out lines across the screen, such as in these. Oh, it was already open. Save. Such as in these lines here. And what they do is they help to block out the values inside of properties, inside of key value pairs types of situations. They even work on attributes values. I do like the new file scope namespace. I absolutely love that. The less indentation, the better for me. It does make it more readable to me. And me liking the 2-space indentation, it's nice. That's all. It's just nice. I use 4-space indents and curly braces on new lines just for you guys. I wouldn't choose to use it myself. But because I don't want to trigger you based on that. I mean, I trigger you on plenty of things as it is. But based on that, I don't want to trigger you with that. All right, user info controller. This is the one that we were missing. 1-space indent, of course. Absolutely. I'm thinking about changing my tab width to 2 spaces for sure. Yeah, and then you're going to realize that you're actually using spaces as tabs. You're like, wait, I thought that I was using tabs for tabs, not spaces. All right, last one. Yeah, I think this is where I'm most at home because when I'm doing this, I feel like I can get into a flow and just like copy things over. It's very meditative and very relaxing to just copy things over and fix whatever errors are coming up, because then I can enjoy conversation with you. What we've been doing lately is essentially a greenfield application where I've had to make a lot of more complex decisions, and that was really difficult for me. That made it to where I wanted to engage with you, but I needed to focus to get the client work done, and then I took it out on you. But now we're just chilling. Now we're flowing. I am 110% sure I'm using tabs. I will not be one of you. Heathens. I don't like the constant suggestion for primary constructor. It's one that I could do without seeing the little dots for. Maybe there's a setting that I can turn off so that it never suggests it. But yeah, there's probably a suppress suggestion or yeah. But I don't, right now I'm not liking primary constructors. That's one that I haven't quite, I just don't like it as much. Especially when it comes to like, I'm making a whole bunch of NuGet packages where it needs documentation. So having the constructor XML document, why aren't you giving me my, hello? Wow, that didn't automatically give me the, oh, duh, because of where I am. having XML documentation for the constructor when there's only one primary constructor, up here with the param ref, all of those things, it's really awkward to have that on the class. So yeah, it's just a me thing. Anyway, green does seem fun. I haven't really tried working on old stuff yet. Yeah, going back to the financial management tracker and that synthwave scene that I want to do, now it's at the point where I have a lot of side projects that I want to do, as is the normal case for developers, that I don't know which one to work on my own time, especially since I'm using that 2-hour slot that I would normally have been using for music, which I'm still very excited about, to do the side projects. I was like, no, I want to do music though. I want to get better at music, and I can't do that if I'm only doing it on Mondays. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Control F5, please open in this browser. Oh, do I even have add controllers in my program.cs for this? I do not. Oh, yes, I do. I was about to add it right here. I'm so blind. You gonna actually open in the browser for me? Or do I have to do it myself? Rude. Trying to use the HTTPS. Oh man, dude. Oh, it just took a while. Why did that request take so long? Oh, I bet you there's the authorization UI. So I guess the only thing is that I don't have styles. I remember something like that. I remember deleting all of the styling during one of our more recent streams. It's either that or I just don't have a... I bet you it's that I'm not including a style, a link rel style sheet. Okay, so let's see if I can remember where that was in the old WebAssembly project. Index, obviously. It's me. Sit. Manabadoo. All right. So yes, I actually do have a separate style sheet. So let's go ahead and grab a those. App.razor would be where we put this one in the new Blazor web app. And I am not referencing that currently. So let's do that. And actually, I'm going to just comment this out so that I can bring it back if I need to. Oh, that's what this was. Are you the same? Hard to tell because I have them in a different orders. And excuse me, are you the same? They are the same. Okay, hopefully that will just reload. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we do have a loader. That's good. And there are our menu items. Dark mode. Okay, so too much to ask for. Yeah, my JavaScript functions are broken. Even my JS, wow. I left out a lot of important files. So I should have a, no, that's not what's happening. I need to add it here because I'm using JavaScript interop using the version where you have an object registered to window, and then you're calling functions off of that, as opposed to isolated JavaScript where you just add it to the component that you're using the JavaScript in. But if I add it here, for example, and refresh, then suddenly my JavaScript interop doesn't break. Ready? Yes. Okay, so I'm still interested in what's going on with main layout then, because I'm assuming that my UI would be controlled by main layout, my UI styles, and that should be an isolated CSS file that gets imported when we do this. We're making progress. Oh gosh. So do you have app.css and main layout? Yes, we do. Okay, so what is the deal then? Why aren't you a menu on the left? Instead, you're acting like you are... No, you are a menu on the left. But it doesn't seem... Oh. No. I was gonna say it's because I am missing app. But it's not. Okay. I'm going to keep this open, but I'm going to move it over here so we have more space. That way I can grab any CSS that I might have forgotten still. Another thing that I saw is that we're still using Bootstrap in this app. I'm trying to expand Bootstrap. And we know that we're using it because here in app.css, one of the things that we are including is Bootstrap min, and open iconic. Interesting. All right, so tell me about your styles, main layout. First of all, tell me about your structure is what I really want to know. We are surrounding it with app, and app is not styled anywhere that I can tell so far. So I guess we need to go into Sass global styles, which is called app.sass in this project. And here it is. Aha. That was easy. So this is targeting an element with an ID of app. And if you saw when we added it to main layout here, we're just adding the element app. So I don't know, let's just go ahead and make it div ID app. And hot reload is magical and does actually work. Yay, it did. And there we go, we got our styles back. Okay, all right. Gosh. Load data, this is the same exact file input that I use all the time. C. So this would be the place that I use the field mapper. If the application identifies it as a TRN file, meaning that fixed width file where it lines up with the expected fields, then it will parse it and use the existing functionality for uploading TRN files. If it detects that it is an Excel file, then it would use the lab data upload process that we currently have over on this app. And I think we're pretty close to being able to do that. I don't know what all functionality still needs to be done regarding what currently exists. So I'm intermediate. This should mean that I can do record checks. Oh, yeah, here it is. An error occurred while getting lab lots. What? Oh, this is exciting though. I am much further along than I thought. And it just took pulling in the controllers and the styles that I forgot to pull over with the after deleting the WASM app and creating the net8. Okay, this is really hard to read. Why don't you just give me the whole freaking name of the flipping file? What are you? Load data.razor. Wait, is that what I used for my auth loader? Wait, where is my auth loader? Where did you see the blinking wait lights? Because that's what I most likely would have used. The full page loader with the 3 dots going across. That kind of look like flashy wait lights. I am curious to see how quickly the login process goes. Yeah, that's still taking quite a while for login. And where is my full page loader? I really could have sworn that we had a full page loader. Whatever. Okay, so we're trying to figure out why load data.razor.cs. Load data.razor.cas. Line 58 is giving us an error. So we have multiple tasks, which are for each file that's being uploaded. We're processing the file. Oh, geez, great. And of course, that's going to error on. Wait, no, that's not where we're at. That was a different error. That was the one from trying to upload an Excel worksheet that it doesn't know how to read at the moment. We need to know what's going on with lab. That's record check. Yeah, let's go back to record check. Wait, this is weird. So the actual request to the server for record check was successful. Oh, duh, because I don't ever error. I do the, what's it called? The response pattern? I don't know the names of these things. I'm trying to learn though. I'll try to remember if anyone can correct me if I'm wrong or confirm. Where I always return a response object with an OK200. And then that response object will be the thing that I use in my code to determine whether there was an error or not. We can name it later. Works for me. It's called Duca pattern. Duca API pattern. All right, so we are getting a response for the labs. These are the labs that I have access to. I set it globally. I like that. We're doing the records check. We get the error. So it's got to be somewhere in... Oh, duh, it's going to be in console. It's in console, y'all. Login failed for... Wait, why is it trying to use me as the login? Am I doing some kind of pass-through authentication thing? I sure hope not. Right click, manage user cigarettes. Should I go to the cigarette screen since I haven't gone to that in a while? Let's go to the super secret screen. Who knows? Who's trying to log in? I am not using that username to log in. What was the error that we got? An error occurred while trying to get the list. Oh, okay. I thought that this was while trying to log into the database server. So it's trying to find the lab list for my user, my username, Humberto.cruz. And it's pretty much telling me that there is a bad syntax for my SQL query, not the JSON serial. Oh, you can't see this. This is why I don't want to use my secret screen. Nice picture behind you. What is it and where are we? We are looking out at, wrong button, interact. A place called Jura, France. Jura, France. Jura. I actually don't know how that would even be pronounced in French. I don't know how they pronounce their J's. Jura, probably. Jura. Jura, France. Back in April of 2024. Yeah, it is pretty nice. I like this little puddle. Lint, bet you never thought you'd come to a stream where someone was so excited about a puddle. Oh, I love Bullet. I don't know if you've already done a shout out for... Yeah, you did. Not too long ago, too. So definitely check out Science streams. He and his wife, Lita, and daughter, Munchkin, are a 3-person science teaching team. And they stream on Twitch. He's a partner. He's amazing. He's got high energy. He can go for literally days streaming and have the same energy at the beginning as he does at the end. He's, as John would say, Irish John Games would say, he is one of those WYSIWYG people that you just know he's genuine in everything that he does. Dukasoft says, I'm going on a canoe trip during my vacation this summer. Awesome. Bringing drone, hoping for good weather. Yes. Yes. Please do. Okay, so what I think is actually happening here is that the the connection is trying to use OpenJSON because I'm providing it a list of things. And so the version of SQL Server that I have does not support OpenJSON. Therefore, to fix this error in particular, we need to make sure that my secrets are closed. Bring the code back on the screen. And where we are configuring our database connections, which is in add server service, add DB context services, we need to tell it that we need compatibility mode 1. Come on, brain, you can remember this. 153. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's go open one of the other apps and figure out which compatibility we need. I also need to get rid of this actually, because this is getting set up when we are adding the, that's probably what's happening. I have 2 identity DB context instances set up in the thing in dependency injection. Take me to RMA Water, please. Take me to New York. If it does rain, I hope you still have a great time. I would love to be out near water in the rain. Probably you wouldn't be able to do the canoeing unless you can. I love the rain. Absolutely love the rain. Okay, the thing I'm looking for is program.cs, where I am also doing my configure DB. There it is. And what compatibility version? 120. I would have been wrong. So wrong. Okay, so for you, and you, use compatibility 120, and I'm going to get rid of this one. For now, I'm just going to comment it out, and then once we verify that we're still able to log in and do all of the auth stuff, I'll just delete it. Same with email sender. Because all of this gets set up in RMA auth. Oh, hey Dukasoft, you asked me earlier, what loggers am I using? And here's an example of me using Serilog, where I'm writing to event log and I'm telling it that I want it to write as RTRAC. That way I can filter event log if I ever need to based off of the application that I'm looking for. And here is a link for if you want to set up the event log source on your server. And now this is giving me an error that it's possible this is null. Oh, it's not reachable on all platforms. That's fine. I'm only using Windows. Windows server. Yeah, I don't know how to tell it to only have this if we're doing Windows. We're good though. I need to control F5 is what I'm trying to do. And make sure that we still can log in. Seek is expensive though, so not sure if I want to implement it yet. Yeah, and I don't know what exactly Seek does. But I do remember you saying that it's not Serilog that is expensive. It was using Seek with it. And I don't know what exactly Seek does. Is it like a telemetry type of system? I mean, you don't have to answer. I can Google it if I am so inclined. This is looking good so far. It found my name. It found my roles. That means that the DB connection does work, and it gave me some TRNs. And if I change labs, then it still only gives me those TRNs. What if I navigated away and came back? Why are you still giving me TRNs for TT? I changed labs to AR. Dang it. Anyway, point is, if I refresh and AR was the last one that I picked, then we'll get some AR TRNs. The self-hosted search analysis and alerting server built for structured logs and traces. Dang it, it didn't. But that's fine though. We're good. It's fine. We logged out. We're going to try to log back in. Boom. Still takes a while for that initial login. And I'm not 100% sure why. But this is really, really good. We are back to a functioning app, and it has a lot more functionality than I thought I had done. Even UI. But what I'm going to do is keep going through each of the UI pieces and find out what all of the errors are. I really don't remember doing a lot of this. And remember, this was back in 2022, so it's not like I would have been using AI to generate the UI for me and I just wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. We would have had to manually add all of the UI ourselves. And yeah. It has an image of the UI. Ooh, man. Thank you so much, Big Gamey. You hit me at a good time because I was just taking a break. I really like their design. How are you doing, Big Gamey? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. So that you haven't been able to stream and you won't be back until next Monday. But thinking of you, sending you love, whatever's happening. If nothing is happening, I'm still sending you love. But yeah, so it's a thing to help you get through your logs, essentially. And provide you with a more visually understandable way to read your logs. Yeah, absolutely. Glad to see you here, and I hope that your me time is actually rejuvenating. It even has a query language that looks a lot like SQL. And maybe that's the biggest selling point on it, is making your logs searchable and it displays them in a very meaningful way that's easy to use, easy to parse with your human eyes. So the thing then, wait, archery should have been working. Oh, I never re-enabled it. Sorry. Let me do that now. Do you have the link to take me straight there? If not, that's okay. I can navigate there. I remember where I went last time. I went to viewer rewards, power up and channel points, and then clicked on the thing that doesn't look like a button for manage power up and channel points. And archery is on. All right. So you can definitely try it. No guarantees it's going to work. No guarantees I'm going to troubleshoot it if it doesn't work. Yay, it just worked. So yeah, the thing that I don't understand, Dukesoft, is are you using a solution now that if you implemented using Serilog, you would no longer be able to use that old solution for being able to view your logs. Like, the question is, how does switching to using Serilog mean you have to get seek? Because Serilog is just a way to write logs. Of course you do. You always do. You have like, you can implement it to where it only writes to console, and that's it. You can have it write to an output file if you felt like it in the interim, but implementing Serilog does not mean that you need to have some way to store the logs themselves. Like, if you only do write to console and that's it, then that's what it does. I would assume a rolling file is slow. Yes. But the point is that you would have your logger configured, set up, and everything. Part of the setup is telling it where do you want to write to, and at what log level do you want to write to that sync. And so here I'm telling it write to console and write to event log. I don't know why I'm telling it to write to console. When we deploy, like, this should only be in debug. I wouldn't have a reason to write to console. In fact, I'm going to do that now. I wouldn't have a reason to write to console when the app is deployed. But you, on the other hand, you could still have a write to console, and all that would do is just make it to where you have your Serilog sync configured. And that's it. Okay. I remember having a server running with Seek and a DB a few years ago. I might be wrong. And that's cool. Again, you can make those syncs that you write to. Oh. You can make them syncs that you write to, but you can use Serilog independent of any kind of solution that helps you to parse your logs, or even a place to store your logs. But this would at least get you, like, you can even do it without Serilog. You can just start injecting iLogger or iLogger Factory everywhere in your application, doing logs for it, and it won't do anything. But you'll have it configured that way. When you do configure the actual syncs that you are putting your actual logs into, actually, this guy, then it'll already be there. And all you would have to do is say, configure my logger, add Serilog, and now it starts writing all of your log messages that you were already gathering and using to your sync. But I'm happy with where we are. I am doing the thing where I am winding down because it is getting close to the end of my workday, and I like to do my time card before the end of my workday now, so that I'm not spending a whole bunch of extra time trying to remember what all I did and then put that on my time card and spend an extra 15 minutes after the end of my workday filling in my time card. It's part of my work. However, I did get a delivery, and since we are ending on a high, I may as well pull that delivery out of the box and show you what we got. So let's go to big head screen. How big is big head screen? Very big. I'm taking up the entire screen. Holy cow, this is alarming. This is super alarming. But yeah, exactly. You just do, like, what I use is Logger Factory. Yes, unboxing event, kind of, not fully. Maybe, who knows? I'm not like gonna be like, here's this and here's this. I'm just gonna pull it out the box and show it. Zugasoft, I use iLogger Factory, and I inject an iLogger Factory, and when I'm getting ready to use a logger in a method, then I do var logger equals logger factory dot create log logger, and then use that log dot log information, log dot log warning, log dot log error. Okay, so here we go. To do this, I probably should let you see my room. Yeah, I think it's safe. I think it's safe. Where's broadcast? I don't have a fancy camera like BitGamey. I want one, but his camera is cool. It would follow him around if he was doing an unboxing event, for example. Turn off virtual. Okay, so this is my room. I'm sure you've seen it before. My work tablet, notes. That's Bob. If you ever hear me talking about Bob, that's Bob. I'm planning on, if I do get that a camera like BitGamey's, I'm going to use this one as a camera that's always on Bob, and then I'll have a Bob cam. Okay, so here we go. All you're going to see is the top of a box. All right, unboxing event done. I hope you guys enjoyed. See you later. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. I'll be nice. This is a return receipt, packing slip. This is packaging. Packaging. More packaging. I don't know how people do unboxings. Yay, pop, pop, pop. Can't pop them until I know that everything is safe. Apparently I got a free keyboard and mouse. I didn't know that was coming with it. This is called an MSI Forge GK100 combo. I don't think I'll be using them, so I have it though. Lang Dev. So I'm ending my stream soon, since I'm ending my workday, but because this came during the stream and I was excited about it, I am unpacking a delivery that I just got. And the first thing from it was the keyboard. A keyboard. Best unboxing event ever. I wouldn't say ever. Here's a plastic bubble wrap. Here's a plastic bubble wrap. Here's a plastic bubble wrap. Keyboard. I'll keep that boxed up just in case somebody would actually want it and it would go to good use from somebody else. May as well keep it pristine. Does anyone need a keyboard and mouse? You can look up the you can look up the model and see if it's to the specs that you like, and just let me know. Forge GK100 combo MSI keyboard. That is going to be heavy. I need to make space. This is going to be so heavy. Okay. Kids, don't get old. Lifting things is not as easy as it used to be. Okay. All right, I don't see anything doxing on here, so we're good to go. This is a desktop. Well, good. It still holds true. Wow, what's happening here? Still holds true, Ducasoft. Don't get old. You can age all you want, just don't get old. This is a desktop PC. The box for the desktop PC. It has RGB, Aura Sync, RGB Fusion, sorry, RGB MB Sync, which is addressable, Aura Sync, RGB Fusion 2.0, RGB MSI Mystic Light Sync, and ASRock Polychrome RGB. That is 5 RGB things. That means it's a good computer, right? Whoa. Let me use my other letter opener because it's sharper. Yeah. I cut myself with it. Don't cut towards yourself, kids. Got it? Don't cut towards yourself, ever. Okay, you saw the box. Now let's see what's in the box. Huh. I bet you can't guess what's in the box. We got packaging. Actually, there's something in here. It's probably the power cable or something. Yeah. Power cables, documents, Wi-Fi antenna, RGB control, and some zip ties. What do you know? I needed some zip ties. I don't know how to do this. Aha! I beat the box. Just lift it. Come on. We're waiting. Too heavy. It's too heavy. Okay. Some box. There's another one. So it comes with 2 of these Tough Flex bags. I'm sure there's an easy way to open. Oh. Cables for the power supply. And other additional cables for the power supply, for the modular power supply. Comes with it. Oh, you're not gonna like this. Tough Flex sounds like a manosphere YouTube channel. Okay, this is really heavy. Ugh. Jeepers. Which way's up? I think this way. I think it can be set either way. Oh. Oh. But as I said before, it's about the same width and height. Almost a box. Kind of like the other one over there. No, Bob. Bob was starting to fall out of his chair. Okay. Assembly stream when? What do you mean assembly stream? It's already assembled. I'm not brave enough to get parts and pieces. This is a full PC already pre-assembled by the whoever sold this. I guess we can remove the foam from inside. What I'm gonna do is, because I don't know, I'm paranoid. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn it on, reinstall the operating system from scratch, reset it back to factory essentially, and then do all of the ow! Already shocking myself on it. That's not a good thing. I'm not gonna open it up down here. I'm gonna open it up upstairs. But yeah, I don't trust myself at being able to put hardware and physical stuff together. But you can see that it is a relatively wide and long box. So it's like the length of a regular mid-sized tower, the height of a mid-sized tower, but twice the width or 1.5 times the width of a mid-sized tower. And I'm hoping that'll give it enough breathing room so that I don't have to worry about that aspect of it. Whew. So yay. The thing I don't maybe. The thing that I like about another PC that I had, the one that's running the LLM for this, is that there's a hand screw essentially that you turn in order to take the glass off to access. There's also a relatively sizable gap between the side of the case and the inside. I mean, in the glass. So I don't know if that's going to be good for dust or not, which is a big issue down here. I'm an expert in hard screws. That sounds dirty. Why are you telling us that, Brawling? PG channel. It's a box with glass in fancy black color. Yeah. Did I remember to say it's a box? Yeah, really. It's a box. That's all I know. It's got computer type. Even better, Rob. Even better. That clarifies it all. That fixes everything. You're an expert in hand screws. Yeah. We're gonna leave it at that. So these thingies here. These are what I'm calling hand screws, finger screws. I don't know what to call it. The ones that you can twist and untwist without a screwdriver. So that PC has one that's just right here. You hand unscrew it, tilt it down, lift the glass up and out. But I really don't know what to do about this gap, because that's going to pose an issue in the long term. I'd really like it to have a screen or something to filter out dust. But yeah, it is, there's much too much static down here. I am standing on a rubber mat, which does kind of help a little, but it also means that any static charge that I get before standing on the mat will still be accumulated, and I won't discharge unless I'm touching something metal. So I'm going to do this upstairs where there's hard flooring, and yeah, I'll get it set up maybe by Friday. But what I plan on doing also is, after reformatting and making sure that there's no interesting applications that come pre-installed on it. No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just paranoid. So I will probably back up all of the files from this computer onto this, then reformat this computer before getting everything moved around. So that probably won't happen until the weekend. Yeah, there's always rubbish. Cool. So Rob Lang does it too. It's not just me. It's not just a me thing. All right, so that was it. That's the big unboxing. I'll take pictures if you're interested in seeing pictures after I get it set up with all of the lights going. But yeah, I have no idea where I'm going to put it. The mount that I got for under the desk wouldn't fit this. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? If the lights are bright enough, I'll just look west and see them. Yes, true. But then again, that just might be the Denver airport. And never buy pre-installed. Well, laptops are a different story. All right, but yeah, that's going to be it for today. I'm going to do my time card if I can see over this thing, take this upstairs and start doing stuff. I may as well switch this back to virtual background so that you can see that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here. It's been a fun time. Do you have a preferred raid target? We did raid Temptic last time, but I'm not against raiding the same person over and over if it means being able to get away quickly. So that I can start setting up the PC. But yeah, the people that I'm currently lurking on are, as I mentioned before, Code Red Games, Sorcery Story, 8 Bits, which we raided also relatively recently, but again, I'm not against raiding the same person, Sedalix, and Temptic. So I usually only lurk on 4 people's streams at a time, but there's just so many good streamers that I want to support them all. Dang it. But yeah, any thoughts? Any raid targets? If not, I will do a/RAIG and we will target anyone /raid 1 lion. I'm about to push enter unless Simon says, bam, Sorcery Story. We're gonna raid out to Sorcery Story. She's working on this kawaii little tactics style game. It's got 2D graphics, pixel art graphics. Awesome vibes over on her channel. She's an amazing person. She has a great personality. very thoughtful, very calm, laid back, and just overall very chill person. Great person. So we're going to head over to her. I will be back again on Friday for Community Day. Please keep in mind that starting next week, I will be streaming 3 days a week, or streaming on a different set of 3 days. Right now, it seems like it's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but we'll find out. So yeah. Oh, and she is working in Godot, I believe. So yeah, game developer working on this really, really cute little game. Ugh, I said the word. But yeah, I'll be back again on Friday. Community Day. VODs get output to YouTube stuff. Let's go, Doe. I'm gonna have to pee, so I'm gonna tell her that I'm gonna step away for a second, like I usually do.